Hello, hello, hello. I have no idea if anyone is around or if anyone's planning on joining, but I basically have been struggling with my health and migraines for like a week, and it's the first day that I've actually felt reasonably human. So I thought, as you know, it's Monday and I kind of don't really count last week as a week, I thought I would go live and do some reading sprints and productivity and stuff like that. So yeah, anyone that's new here, I'm Kirsty. I have a fair few things that I want to be getting on with today. I need to edit and upload last week's reading vlog. I'm going to be filming a couple of clips for this week's reading vlog. I'm doing it a bit differently this week. I'm kind of doing a silent vlog, which means I'm not going to be doing like the commentary that I normally do and doing daily updates. It's all going to be, if anyone's ever watched Fran Menzies, she's an artist that I love watching, and her vlogs are very much, it's just more ambient, and you get sort of her doing her work, and then she puts bits of text up to describe what's happening and her thoughts and feelings. So I'm going to be doing it that way and see how that goes. And then this week, my main focus for reading is on the Cat Lady TBR. And I posted my TBR last week. So this week, I'm obviously getting on, and I've started today with The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again today. I've read the first 2 volumes this morning, and really 5-star for volume 1, 4.5 for volume 2, and then I have volume 3 and 4 to do in between editing. But obviously it's 3 o'clock now. The goal is to get my vlog up by about 5 if I can, 6 at the latest. Do that, edit some more videos and bits, and hope and pray that my brain doesn't try to explode out of my ears again. So if you are joining, let me know what you are planning on reading yourself, or if you're not doing any reading, what are you going to be getting up to? Oops. I had it open on another tab to see if it was working. Yeah, it's definitely working. But yeah, I have no set time for when this is going to finish. I literally just went on. I was like, I feel like I need that motivation of sprints. Saw that nobody was on, so I thought, well, screw it, I will come on and I will do sprints. So we will see how the day takes us and how far it goes. But the plan is to do sprints of 45 minutes with a 15-minute chatty bit. So hopefully I should be able to get 2, if not 3 minimum done. But like I said, it all depends on my brain and my body. If it holds up, brilliant. If it doesn't, then I'll have to stop. And at some point I need to get food because I've not really eaten much today. So this first sprint is probably going to be me going straight downstairs and cooking something, but I don't know what. Anyway, I'm going to be using the Flocus. There we go. I'm going to be using this little thingy. I really like this one. So yeah, 45 minutes. Hello. I've literally just edited my vlog from last week where I've talked about you. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to be reading and Dance Storm's going to be my buddy. I will quickly ask, what are your pronouns? Because I've kind of just referred to you as they and their, because obviously I don't know your pronouns. So if you have a preference, please do let me know so I can correct that in the vlog. But yes, hello. Are you going to be doing some reading? Are you going to be productivitying? Not even a word, but we're going to go with it. What are you up to today? Hello. How are you? I feel like it's been forever since we've spoken, and I desperately need to like message you at some point. Just things have not been great. It's improving, but it's been a rough sort of 15, I'd say about 15 days. It's been really rough, and I'm finally starting to plateau again. But in case you guys missed it, At the start, I'm going to be trying to read. Let's put me back on so you can actually see my face. There we go. I'm going to be getting through The Masterful Cat is Depressed again today. I have the first 4 volumes. I've read the first 2 this morning, and I'm going to do the other 2 this afternoon. Because this week, I just want to do as much of the cat lady TBR as I can. So just basically means I'm going to be reading like 8 things of manga, which is a good week. And it means that I might finally get ahead of myself on Storygraph because, yeah, I read 13 things in January and it was still saying that I was behind. And I was like, oh my God. But I am now actually ahead on both Goodreads and Storygraph by like 4 books. So I'm very, very happy with that. Okay, anyway. I don't really want to sit and chat for too super long. So I think I'll give it a sec just in case anyone else joins, and I'll pop the first banner up just to be like, hello, welcome. There we go. Yeah. And then on the Flocus, I'm going to put, because the one thing I like about this is I can put a little thing up. Like, I can write, what do you want to focus on? So I am going to put here. There we go. So that's what I'm up to right now. I'm editing / reading some manga. Awesome. Don't worry, same. I'm glad it's getting better. I finally finished a novel and it was off my own TBR. Woo! That's awesome. Maybe I should start iRobot. Ooh, that's kind of cool. I think so far this year, everything I've read has been stuff that was... Oh, no, wait, no. There's been a couple that I've read that were bought this year. Most have been backlist stuff, though. So, I mean, a lot of it was backlist as in Ren bought it for me in December, but it still counts as backlist because it was bought last year. But my big aim, apart from the cat manga, one of my big things this week, I would like to try and get a couple more backlog stuff done. That'd be great. But, ooh, iRobot sounds cool. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, I didn't want to just assume she or anything, so I was just saying they as like a little, you know, I'm not sure, so I will go in the middle. Going to be trying to read Busy Morning Insists on Being Busy. I had a really interesting / not fun morning because I didn't actually get to bed till... got to bed early and then didn't fall asleep till about 5 a.m. And then I slept until 8, woke up, couldn't get back to sleep till about 10, slept again for a couple of hours, and then got up and I'm now here. So, yeah. It's either... days like that either means I'm going to end up absolutely dead and in a hell of a lot of pain, or I'm going to be absolutely fine. And I seem to be veering on one of those right now, but I don't want to say because I'm not jinxing anything. But anyway, it is now 11 minutes past, and I kind of want to keep it close to sort of 50, like we finish on the hour as possible. So I am going to get started, and hopefully if anyone joins us later on, then I've put the little note there to say to let us know what you're up to. But yeah, we're going to get on and do the first sprint. So whether you are reading, being productive, or just sat staring at the world as it goes by, hope you have fun, and I'll see you guys in 45 minutes. Hi. So sorry about that. I wasn't expecting the food to take so long. I was like, oh, okay, I'll put it in a different pot to usual. Hopefully it'll boil quicker. And it didn't. It also turned out once I plated it, I realized that I'd put double, nearly triple the amount in that I needed. So I ended up with almost 3 meals worth of pasta. And literally all I do is just pasta, and then I chuck a load of cheese on top because I'm having low spoons and really, really struggling to make myself eat the past few days. And it's like, well, that's the only thing my body wants right now. So, and I was like, right, okay, I'm just going to eat this humongous amount of pasta. And then that's probably pretty much all I'll eat today. Don't run. But no, I am trying to find ways to eat, and it's really hard because obviously, as you guys might be aware, I left my job. That's right in my face. I'm going to have to adjust the light in a minute. I left my job in December, and then even though I signed up for benefits while I look for another job, they haven't kicked in yet because there's been a delay. So it's like nearly 2 months since I last got paid. So food is getting low, and it's becoming a struggle to find stuff that I want to eat. But I will get there because I should get paid next week. So we shall see. So yeah, I finished volume 3. I need to move that light. Bear with me 2 seconds. Oh, my bed is really loud and noisy. There we go. That's better. It's not directly shining down on my head and into my eyes anymore. Although I did just look directly into the bulb, which was super smart. It's lights that were here when my brother lived here, because this was his old room, and it's a spotlight, so I can obviously adjust the lights. It's like having it down directly is great for when I'm trying to work, but not so great when I need to look up. Anyway, I read volume 3 of The Masterful Cat is Depressed again today. 10 out of 10 for the wholesome. Like, the art style and the vibes are all 10 out of 10. However, with this one, there is a pattern that I'm starting to notice, and I really don't like, is the cat is obsessed with the owner's weight. And there's been every single volume so far, there's been a moment where he's getting annoyed and forcing her onto the scales, and she's like, I don't want to do it. And it's kind of starting to annoy me a little bit, because in this one in particular, it was the worst it's been. Like, he actually forced her to exercise and lose weight. And I'm going, I know that in Asian cultures, specifically in sort of Chinese, Asian and Japanese, or actually pretty much every Asian culture, has a really big obsession with weight and diet, and that the norm, even more so than in sort of Europe and America, the norm is to be small and petite and skinny. But at the same time, it's her body. If she puts on a little bit of weight because she drinks too much, that's her choice. And it is really annoying me that the cat is so sort of aggressively forcing her to weigh herself all the time and lose weight. So that was starting to annoy me in this one, which is why it's dropped down from, it's still in the 4s. Right, volume 1, 5-star, loved it. Volume 2, 4-star. This one was back up to a 4.5, but that really is starting to bug me, and I'm hoping that it kind of eases off a little bit. And the plot, it's more of a vibe series so far, but the plot, I'm kind of hoping speeds up, because there's only 8 volumes, and I feel like there might end up being a romance between her and her boss. But at the moment, we've only had tiny, tiny little hints. And I'm like, well, we're nearly halfway through the series, and they still have only spoken to each other a couple of times. So if this is going to go that way, it needs to hurry up and start focusing more on the plot than the day-to-day slice of life stuff. But I am still loving it. And like I said, the vibes in this are 10 out of 10, especially like he looks after a little kitten for a day. Yeah, I nearly died. Anyway, let's catch up with where you all got to. We were joined by Jonah. And so obviously he says hello. I'm so far successfully procrastinating on editing my Adventure-a-thon vlog. That's fine because I keep forgetting. I'm going to write it down right now. I keep forgetting to do an Adventure-a-thon wrap-up video like I always do. Just keep forgetting. I haven't even looked at the forms since the readathon ended. Then again, we still have 3 days for people to record things. So the Adventure-a-thon wrap-up is going to be in the latter half of February. And then I might do a sneaky little giveaway, not giveaway, giving up some of hints for next round. I don't know. But yeah, procrastination. Not that I can really comment because I am the worst at it. Got to 12% in iRobot. Got to head out, but might pop back in later. You're probably long gone, but see you in a bit. And I hope you do come back. Or we're still going. Then obviously I was letting you guys know the food. Hey Randy Lynn. Still late morning for me. Trying to decide if I want lunch as I woke up hungry. And then I'll start reading for, I'm guessing, is that Fantasy Romance February? I don't know that one. Oh, look at that. It's going to start raining again. I think a lot of my head has been air pressure because it's been very, very weird and wonderful with the air pressure lately. But yeah, did you decide if you want lunch? I mean, taking a page out of Ren's book, I vouch for eating and, you know, hydrating and eating and making sure that you've got stuff. I woke up hungry, but that was like 4 hours ago and I've only just eaten. So I'm probably going to be good now for the rest of the night. Joined with roughly 30 minutes left on sprint and managed to read 70 pages. Holy crap, Jonah. What are you reading? Woohoo! Chapter 9. Oh no, I ate the whole thing. I was just like, well, I've not eaten since 11 o'clock last night or 10 o'clock last night. Oh, no. I hadn't eaten since 7 last night. So I was like, it's been a good 16 hours since I last ate. I haven't eaten anything today and I need to eat, and I've been having stomach problems, so I just ate the whole lot and now kind of slightly regret it. My tummy is very bloated now. Watch me use your schedule as an excuse. Dude. Well, I will message you once I've decided when I'm going to upload that video then. It'll probably be around about, because next week, is it next week that's Valentine's Day? Yes, next week is Valentine's. And I know I've got an extra video. Normally I do 3 a week and I've got 4 coming out next week. So it'll probably be the week after. So it'll probably be sort of the 20th or the 21st that I upload the wrap up for it. Just so you know roughly when. Ah, nice. I went from, as I'm editing my vlog, I was staying on a bit that I was like, I only have 3 books on my physical TBR and I only have 6 books in total this month. Literally 5 minutes later is when I'm watching Ren's video with their TBR, and I'm now doing an extra 3 readathons, one of which I did yesterday, like a 24-hour one, and I'm like, great. But that one went really well. I'm not going to say too much because I've got a vlog coming out tomorrow. I've got to get this week's vlog out today so that I can do the Phase and Gaze readathon vlog tomorrow. But I did complete 2 books and they were both 4 stars, so I'm very, very happy with that. And then I've got on the 19th is the Cliterature readathon for a week, and then on the 22nd is the Thick Thighs readathon. That I've realised while trying to find books for that, I have so few plus size rep books in my library. And it's not because I just don't want to read it. It's because I gravitate towards the books that are available and the things that are promoted and hyped. And I am starting to realise there is a distinct lack of people hyping up plus size rep books. So I need to I'm going to set that as one of next year's goals, or I might add a new goal for this year to try and read sort of double digits books with plus size rep, because I don't think in the past 3 years I've read 10 books with plus size rep. And I've realized that is an area I really want to work on. Because there's another thing that I've noticed a trend in a lot of places where they're like, oh, this has curvy rep. And then you look and you're like, the person is smaller than me, and I'm not even considered plus size curvy. I'm mid size. So, and I was like, this person is described as a size 8. That is, to my brain, that is not curvy. That's still very much within that what people see as conventionally attractive and is the conventional norm. So yeah, I'm definitely like, I really want to put a focus on reading that rep. Now, especially now that I've realized how distinctly lacking it is, especially as Sash, who runs the readathon, she was saying that one of the prompts, they've deliberately done a non-romance, because good luck trying to find plus size rep in any other genre than romance. And yeah, that's yeah. Woo, eating good. Reading Gods of Jade and Shadow, and about to finish the bitch after my workout. Nice. And it's either Prey Drive or Kiss of Deception, but I don't know yet. I don't know either of those, so I can't help you. Thinking Pharaoh Feb is technically a 2-week readathon, but I'm just using it to set my TBR for the month. That is fair. The other thing that I find quite amusing is because, again, in the vlog where I've been editing through that sprint, I talk about how I don't like this whole new romantasy genre that's creeping in. I don't enjoy that term, because I'm like, if I'm reading a fantasy, I want to read a fantasy. And if there's a romance in there, I don't mind. But where we're getting more and more books where it's literally a typical romantic plot, it just happens to be set in like between fae or in a world that's magical, yet doesn't actually add anything to the plot except the fact that they are fae. I'm starting to get for example, I'm just getting like, no, I don't enjoy that. If I'm reading a fantasy, I want to read fantasy. If I'm reading a romance, I want to read romance. When the two combine, for me, unless it's paranormal urban, like, you know, My Nearly Sings and things like that, unless it's like that kind of setting, I can't get on with it. And I've tried. But I'm thinking maybe I just haven't found the right ones. Or maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. But this like the actual term romantasy, I'm just like, nah. Size 8 is about a medium in the US. I think let me check. Yeah, for us, an 8 is kind of considered a small, and is UK 8 is a US 10. But over here, most people would consider size 8 to be a small size. So if I drop it and say, like, you know, I genuinely did see one last year where they were like, this book has a curvy girl. And when she described herself, she was like, I'm 5'10" and a size 4. And I'm like, that to me is, I don't know if maybe I'm stupid, but I'm like, no, that's, to me, is not curvy. Curvy is sort of like size 12 plus or 10 plus. That's when you start going into, and then apparently when I was looking it up recently, because I'd never heard of the term mid-size until last year, and when I was looking it up, it's considered that certainly in the UK, you're not considered plus size until you're size 18, whereas I grew up being taught that size sort of 14 was plus size, which is where I am. And again, it goes to show, A, that things are improving in terms of actually naming things and giving a term to things, but also it just shows how messed up it is that I grew up being taught that I was overweight and fat, when nowadays it's a different attitude and people are like, you're not, you're not. wondered what that noise was then. I forgot it was the timer. But yeah, I know weight and sizings is a tough topic in general, really, isn't it? It's a really difficult one to talk about and try to validate, especially when you're a woman and dealing with sizes as well, and you've got that extra sort of thing that gets thrown at us, and it's like, great, who decided all this? Let's go punch them. Wait, what? Oh, dark billionaire romance on you. Ooh. I mean, I'm starting to get into darker romance. Up until now, my kind of dark romance has mostly been paranormal fantasy based. So I'm still getting into contemporary dark romance. And I've not yet read anything that's like billionaire stuff. So I'm just going to say, go with the billionaire one and see what happens. Had a mild allergic reaction, but I'm back home now. Hello. Oh, hope you're feeling better. Have you got tablets you can take? Yes, I agree. Like, I think fantasy romance is a fantasy where a romance develops, but the plot is still very much around the fantasy elements. And even though there's now the romance, there's still a definitive plot that is separate to that romance, whereas romantasy is just purely, here is a romance, and it just happens to be set in a fantasy world, and the rest of the world doesn't necessarily correlate to anything within the book. And it's like, oh, okay. They're not like separate components of the book. They are one and the same. And I think that's why it's like romantasy, I'm not such a fan of, but fantasy romance I can get into, because it's nice when there's like, I think that's why I like Darker Shades of Magic, for example, because a romance happens, but at no point does the romance take precedence over the rest of the plot. And it's like, people can say what they want about it, and people can bitch on V.E. Schwab as much as they want. But that is one critique that I will not accept, is that you can say what you want about her, but she keeps the plot going and she didn't stray away from it. And it was like, cool, we didn't suddenly have a new focus that was inane and irrelevant. Maybe slightly with the tournament in book 2, but even then that had a bigger part to play. I'm a little bit salty over how much I've seen people talking bad about that series recently, and I'm just like, I've got to make up for it. She's amazing. Yes, you okay, Brittany? Weirdly, I like fantasy and I like romance, but I don't like fan row. For me, it's the mismatched stakes that I can't get behind. Yeah. It's kind of like, you know, they're two separate genres, and when you try to bring them together, things just get muddy and it's just hard to work out, right? Is this supposed to be this? Is it supposed to be that? Yes. It's nice to have more people that are in agreement, because there was one last year where I just went onto a random sprint I was watching and they were talking about it and they were all raving, and I said that about, I don't really like that fantasy romance thing, and that I prefer them to be, and everyone was like, oh, well, clearly you don't. One of them was like, well, I'm guessing you don't read ACOTAR then, do you? And I was like, no, I don't. But that's got nothing to do with it, because I have read Crescent City and that was fine, because there was still more focus on the plot, or it was more balanced. Whereas there was one that they were talking about, I can't remember the book, and I was like, I wouldn't even go near that, because I can tell that is just a book that is, it's like romance books that you can tell are there for the smut and the smut only. And I'm like, I'm not here for that. I want the relationship and I want the plot as well as everything else. I don't just want to read a book and it just be like, they did this and then they did that, and oh, look, smash. So, and yeah, I ended up very quickly not following that, and I left that live stream because it was just like, yeah, not fun. Yes. High five death regularly. Wow. Yeah, let's not do that. I will admit, this morning when as I was saying at the start of the stream, I'm doing a silent vlog this week. So I'm filming everything and I'm not going to be doing any audio commentary. And then every now and again, I'll put a bit where it's like, if I laugh or if I'm reacting or if there's a sound or something like that, I'll highlight that bit. And there's one bit where when I thought about it, I was like, I can just edit that out. I've decided I'm keeping it in because I was sat reading and all of a sudden I had this horrific pain in my stomach and I like bent over double and you can hear me going, oh my God. And I was like, well, I'll just keep that in because, you know, I've always been quite open and honest on this channel and I show the good and the bad that's going on. I'm not really a big fan of filtering. It's like, well, if it's going bad, I will tell you. So I was like, it'll be an interesting one. And it actually shows, it's the first time that I've actually caught on camera how quickly things can change. Because I was absolutely fine. I was sat reading my tea and drinking my book. I was sat drinking my tea, reading my book. Everything was fine. Then just within 3 seconds, it was just, oh, that was a bit of stabby pain. And then 10 seconds later, dead. So it's like, well, at least it proves to people that I'm not lying when I say that I get hit with pain and I get hit fast. Yeah, please take care of yourself and just, you know, don't push too hard. Oh God, yeah. Especially being I was born in 91, so that kind of mid 90s to mid 2000s high school. I mean, high school's a bitch in any period, but I just feel like that sort of 10 years was where we had that real drive towards supermodels, and that supermodel standard was right as I was entering into sort of middle and high school, and it had such a bad effect on everyone. Like, I remember girls being hospitalized because of their diets because the magazine that they were reading said that they were fat. So that, and it was like, but you're not. It was so unhealthy. I'm glad that a lot of the world is starting to change its mindset. Pray drive. You got this. We will get on to reading in a minute. I will need to reset my Pomodoro. Ah, that's fair. Ugh, there was a group that I liked them all at first. Then I started to see how toxic and judgmental two of them were in particular. And then one of them has ended up falling out with them. I don't know the full reason behind the falling out. But because I used to be on their Discord, I was in one of them. She's got her own, she's an author about to release a book, and she's got her own Discord. And I was on that writing Discord. I was in their book club, and I started to consider them very, I think if I'd have stayed for much longer, we would have started to become friends. But then I started to notice every now and again, I would comment something and I would get kind of like a bit of a, like, kind of reaction from them, or a bit of a brush off. And I was like, this is quite an important thing that we should be discussing, and you're brushing it off. And then I noticed a few other people at times would be saying something. And there was one time where someone commented, like it was their first time, and they were like, I'm reading this and I'm really not enjoying it. And they were like full on laughing at this person and like, fancy reading that and not liking it. Like, clearly you don't know reading and thing. And in the end, I was like, I don't want to be around these toxic people anymore. I really hated their attitudes. And I see now why the other person left the group, because she's lovely and I still follow her and I'm still subscribed to her. But the other two, I realized very quickly, they're very elitist and also very cliquey and mean girls spirited. It just wasn't a very good environment. Smut to spice. Yeah, I agree. Could you imagine that? Like, in a world where, oh no, brain, don't do this to me. I've been obsessed with books about tea lately, and, you know, books about books and books about tea and those kind of like wholesome elements, where I've read Psalm for the Wild Bill, Under the Whispering Door. There was another one that I read yesterday that had a lot of tea influence in there. And Before the Coffee Gets Cold, all of those. And I'm finding more and more how much I'm loving it, which is hilarious considering I'm not really a big fan of tea or coffee. But I just suddenly had the thought, no. Like a world where you drink your drink and the drink is the book. So as you're drinking, you're absorbing the book and getting the experience, and the drink tastes like the themes of the book. So if you read a book that's like really dark and spicy and smutty, then the drink will be quite sort of like spicy and opulent and like have that kind of really rich, decadent taste to it, and it leaves you with that like the feeling afterwards. And if you read a book that's really happy and optimistic and funny, it'll be like it tastes of, say, pineapple and sunshine, and leaves you feeling like happy and smiley. Oh dear. Okay. And I could do a series of candles that match the themes of the book. I have enough writing projects, and as I recently I'm doing a video that will be uploading soon where I even say that one of the things I've come to realize is I hate writing. I love coming up with stories and I love talking about the stories, but I hate writing the damn things. And yet I'm coming up with a new one. Oh dear. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Maybe that can be this year's Nano. Even though I'm not doing Nano, I'll be doing a different one in sort of like June or July. I'm not huge into the romance bit, but fantasy is my jam, so I don't mind it, but won't go out my way to look. Yeah, that's kind of my thing. It's just, you know, if it happens to happen, fine. Unless it is, like I said, urban mythology or paranormal, where I kind of, you know, that's going to be the thing. But yeah, with generic fantasy books, I pick them based more on the plot than romance. Cool. I'm going to go probably for an hour for the next sprint, so you should have more time. No, I don't want to, like, what would a water drink book be like? Don't give me ideas. Oh dear. Maybe I could do like a little one shot about a cafe and talk about the different, like a short story where it's just the different customers and their drinks. Maybe it's like you come in, you select a glass, that they're all different shapes and they're always empty, and it's when you put the glass down on the table it magically fills with the book you need in that moment. And maybe there could be like a woman who's been struggling with her mental health, and so the book that she gets is one that helps her come up with a new perspective on life. And then there could be someone else that's sort of, you know, been profoundly single for a while, so it's a book that leaves her feeling satisfied. I don't know. Oh my god, I hate and love when this happens. Yes, they have bookish teas. I used to be subscribed to a book box, and you used to get a little tea. So there was one where it was inspired by Dark Shades of Magic, and the tea was vanilla and rose flavored to represent Red London, and it was so cool. And there are blends. I remember I used to get a Harry Potter Lit Joy crate thing, and again every month we would get teas that were inspired by characters and things. I eventually, this is something I think I've only mentioned once, but I eventually would love to do a subscription box with all of my things that I do. So you would get a book, obviously. You would get a book. It wouldn't necessarily be a special edition, but you'd get a book, a candle, a wax melt, and then something like either a blended tea or you'd get some chocolate, and then a blended tea or a hot chocolate flavor or something that was put together that had sort of, so you get all five senses with this book. So you get the tactile of having the book, you get the scent with the candles, you get the taste with the food and all of that. So it's definitely a thing that I would love to eventually do. And I might start doing mini subscription boxes this year with like my candles. And so you'll get if I can read enough arcs, it'll be like, I'll buy 10 paperbacks and then you can just get the book with the candle or whatever. I don't know. It's something that is a loose dream that I would love to do. Yeah, I've seen some of those. Yeah, that was something else that I thought about, having a little playlist. I just stop giving me ideas. I will start writing some of this down. Anyway, I think it's time for the next sprint. Let me just reset the thing so it's an hour. Now that we've talked about tea, I'm craving a cup of tea, but it's I'm at that stage where it's either gonna just do nothing, have no effect, and just enhance my flavors, or it's gonna trigger my head. So I will probably give it a little bit before I decide on that one. We shall see. But I kind of am now craving a cup of tea. Pomodoro, 1 hour. There we go. Ren has had too much of an influence on my accent. Because I keep saying go. Damn it, Ren. Cool. Okay. So we are going to do another hour. So Jonah, enjoy your workout and stop procrastinating. And then anyone else, if you're reading, happy reading. If you're being productive, happy being productive. And if you're doing nothing, happy doing nothing. And I'll see you guys in 1 hour. Hi. I was too rested. That one was a bit of an emotional whiplash. Like, it went from really funny to really emotional, and it was like right at as the thing was going, I was like, because Jonah's put the swoon, it wasn't. I was trying not to cry because it was just really emotional. But I wasn't sure about this one to begin with, but this one's probably my favorite out of all of them so far. It's like Christmas and she's trying to find the perfect gift for him, and when she comes home, I absolutely lost it. She returns home and where is it? Like, this greets her. I don't know if you can see it. Just the cat dressed as Santa. I just lost it. I couldn't cope. I couldn't. But it's like he finds his apron from when he was a kitten. We still have no explanation at all about why he grew to become so big and sentient. And obviously, I know cats are sentient, but I mean, this has got like, Yukichi has got like a human conscience. He goes shopping, he buys ingredients, he cooks, he cleans. So he's very, very much acts like a human, but he's a cat. And speaking of, hey. What? What have I done? Huh? Come on then. Come on. Is it because I've been up here for 2 days and you're feeling lonely? Okay, well, you can just jump up. Not on that. Okay. If she jumps up, she'll jump up. Anyway, so that was good timing, though, talking about cats. But yeah, it is very, very, very cute and wholesome. And where I was saying in the last one, where I was worried about where the relationship was going and is there going to be one, there's kind of a hint there that her boss, like, there's 3 people who, I don't know what she's trying to do. There are 3 people that have basically come up to him and are like, is she single? And he's a bit like, back off. But it's sort of, I don't know. There's still hope for a romance yet, but again, I'm now halfway through and it hasn't started to develop, and I'm like, But I have now finished the final one that I own in physical, so I'm like, I might try and see if I can find it online and find a non-rubbish translation, because sometimes the translations are dodgy, but I don't really know anywhere other than the sort of not great sites where I can get cheap or free manga to read, because I can't afford subscriptions to things right now. So yeah, anyway, this one is, as long as the rest of them go the way, I think this will end up as a 5-star series. It's just, apart from the first one, these have all been like 4-star, 4.5s. Although I think this one might breach the 5. I haven't quite finished it yet. I've got like 5 more pages to go, but we shall see. So I just realised I've done it so that you can't actually see. There we go. Let's put that there. Right. She's gone again. She literally just walked in, yelled at me, and then buggered off. That's fair. We had Shah join us from Thoroughly Enjoyed Books, and if you haven't yet subscribed to her, please go check her out, because she's just one of the sweetest people on the planet. It's really funny because our reading tastes could not be more different, yet we get on so well. It's like, I mean, crazy cat ladies. Just got home from work, so having a little lie down on the sofa before doing something productive. I'm glad that you're back at work. I'm assuming that means that you're free and clear of the flu, or are you just sort of in that you can now do stuff again, but you suffer for it when you get home and have to take the evening to recover? But either way, I hope you're feeling much, 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 much better than you were. And then obviously I said hello. Workout done, shoulders burning, book read. Excellent. Yeah, great at procrastination. Excellent procrastination. 10 out of 10. Although the actual thing you should be doing, yeah, that is great procrastination. Yeah, no, the timer interrupted the feels. It's because it was showing in an earlier volume, he made a plushie cat for a little girl, the niece of her boss, and she requested him to make some clothes for the teddy. And so while he was making them, she found his first apron from when she first got him, when he first started to do the housework and the stuff. And it flashes back to this like cantankerous, she's like, where did you get your apron? And it flashes back to this really cantankerous old man who eventually he's like wearing an apron himself, and eventually he makes a mini apron for the kitten. And I was like, it's just so emotional because we've not seen that character yet, so I'm assuming that he's no longer around. Hello at 30% in iRobot. It's one of my friend's favorite books, and I see why he loves it. Amazing. Glad that you're enjoying. Small camera did not show the emotions, so I had to guess. I mean, I looked up to see where I was, and it was like I realized you could only sort of see a tiny little bit of me because I was just nestled in the corner and didn't get a single page. That's fair, but busy is busy, so busy. As long as it's productive, procrastinative, I nearly just said. Wow, I'm doing great with words today. I went live because I was feeling like really with it, and then as soon as I went live, my brain just went, nah. But yeah, Santa Cat, I wasn't expecting it, and yeah, it killed me. Yes. Lunch, chatted on the phone. I forgot I was on sprints. I do that so often. I'm like, wait, they came back and they've been talking for 10 minutes and we're now on the next sprint. Whoops. I did that 3 times in the Phase and Gaze readathon. I was like, oh, wait, they're back. Kitty. Yeah. Anthropomorphic. Yes, in that he stands up, but oh, yeah, I guess that is the correct word. The fact that he does all the things. The only thing he can't do is talk. But he communicates. He just has his own way. She's just yelling at me. That's your new one, isn't she? So cute. But yeah, sorry. I mean, she doesn't, like, she yells and she meows, but she's not normally quite that loud. Oh. Will you stop proving me a liar? What? What? Come to your adoring fans. Come to your adoring fans. Hey? What? Have you just pooped? Is that what you're doing? You're telling me you pooped? But no one needs to see that. But yeah, she isn't normally this chatty. It's just for some reason. She's just... I think it's because literally all day yesterday I stayed upstairs. All day today I've stayed upstairs. Because A, I'm more comfortable, B, the lighting's better for my head, and C, I just feel more productive when I work in my room. So I'm thinking that maybe she's just protesting that. What is your obsession with trying to get up there? Oh my God. Dude. Ooh. And then she just fell off the bed. Wow. She's distracting me now. So if we overrun on timer, that's her fault, not mine. What's the name of the manga you are reading again? It is The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again Today. One of the biggest complaints I have is with the actual title, because it's like the cat refers to himself as the masterful cat, and he is a masterful cat, but is depressed again today. It's like, he's not depressed. Like, he's probably maybe feels a little bit used, but there's no signs of him being depressed. So I'm like, where did that come in? So maybe it's gonna, happen eventually. But I can also, oh my god, give me my phone. I can also send you a link to it if you want, Brittany. Oh my god, can I share this? Because it's so cute. But obviously, if you don't want me to show it, I won't. But Char just sent me a picture of her with a new cat. No, too cute. I'm okay in myself, so I can work. Went back last week, but my energy levels have been really low, and I've been pleurisy. Oh no, I had pleurisy about 13 years ago, and it took me over a year to fully recover, and I was nearly I had it, I was really ill, and then just as literally like the day after the worst of it was gone, my mum was having a wet room fitted, and they did the adhesive for the flooring, and it flared it all back up, and I ended up having to go into hospital and being put on steroids, and it took so long to recover from. It was awful. So my heart goes out to you. Pleurisy is evil, and if anyone has no idea what that is, it's basically pneumonia is an infection within your lungs. Pleurisy is when you have an infection on the ribs and the outer lining of your lungs, and it is one of the most painful things you can have. Like, imagine your worst chest infection only on the outside of your lung. Not fun. She is so cute. Oh, now she's just very, very elegant. Very elegantly. Just the picture of grace. And ignorance. I do love how cats just do not give a shit. They just don't care. Shell says, of course I can share. Oh, wait. Let's turn the brightness right down. How super cute. I mean, it's both of you, not just the kitty. That's just a pair of absolutely beautiful cuties there. Showed it to yell at you and make you look stupid. She does. I will say something. I'll be like, oh yeah, she never does this. And then no one's around, she will never do it. As soon as someone's around, she does the thing. Or I'll be like, oh, she does this. Like, she has this thing where she'll go to the front door, and if you say to her, like, ask nicely, she'll meow to be let out. Not when people are around. She occasionally does. But there have been quite a few times where she's like, no. She's so noisy as well. Oh, hail the kitty. Kitty supremacy. Who was it? Oh, Jem from Gem's Creeps and Geeks is like, I don't like cats. And I was like, oh, I don't think we can be friends, even though we are like a perfect match in almost every way. If you don't like cats, how? And it's like, when I found out about the cat lady readathon, I was like, a month of reading things about cats and quickly reading manga and books with cat characters. I'm in. Oh, for God, you want... Bear with me 1 second, guys. Come here. Come here. I'll move it so you can lie on it. Ugh. let me finish. There you go. She went straight over to my my dressing gown was on the floor, and she's just gone over to it and started, which is her cue for I want to sleep on this and curl up on it. So I think she's lonely. She's been sleeping on my jumper for 2 days. Let's see if I can do it without her jumping and stopping. Ooh. Give that 20 minutes and she's going to be asleep. Give it 10 minutes, she'll be asleep. Wait, was it cats? Oh, cats. I must do everything opposite because it must be on my word. Yep. Even if it goes against what my, like, what is good for me, I will do it just because it will piss the humans off. Exactly. Florisy always asks the question if you'd like some air with your pain. Jeez. Yeah, when I had it quite severely, and I was just like, oh my God, I don't think I'm ever going to breathe again. I'm never going to breathe again. No, we're not going to do that. I'm obsessed with just watching her cat slowly curling. But yeah, I can imagine. I'm not even kidding. She keeps where Ren sits, no one ever normally sits there. And she keeps going to where they were and like climbing up, going, and then giving me the look of, what have you done? Why are they not here? Go get them right now. And then when I'm like, I can't, they're not here, she's like, she's not happy in any way, shape, or form. And Ren was saying to me the other day that surely she's over me by now. And I was like, nope. She keeps insisting on going to your bit of the sofa. And if you're not there, I get the glares. Like it's my fault. Like, if anything, blame Chopper. Because, you know, if Ren didn't have Chopper, they wouldn't have had to rush back. I mean, also their dad, but, you know, humans don't matter. But no, she definitely is. She fell in love hard and fast. And I mean, can you blame her? But she really did fall in love with Ren. And yeah, it's been sad, but also hilarious the way she's reacted. It is. It's sweet, but also it's kind of weird when a cat glares at you and you're like, I literally cannot fix this. Excuse me. And you're like, I don't know what you want. Oh, I know what you want, but I don't have the thousands of dollars that I need to get them back. See, Ren left a couple of things here. Because obviously they bought so many books, they needed to clear some stuff out of their suitcase. So things like their phone stand that they bought over from Australia, they've ended up leaving with me, which is quite handy because this one I can sit on my bed and film. And that sounded dirtier than I meant it, but it's just given me extra access with filming. But they also left a few bits of clothing, so maybe I'll just throw her one of them. Maybe I'll throw her the jumper, the jacket. Toe beans! She's doing that thing where like her toes are like this, and she's like, so all of her toe beans are on display. I gotta boop them. Boop. I just got a. They really were, like, not just by the cat, because I was like, you're not going home. My uncle actually kind of didn't mind them. My dad and my stepmom were like, oh, they're so lovely. They're much nicer than the last one. Like, considering I was with the last one for 4 years and you didn't say a single word until after the breakup, that's nice. So I'm glad that like basically everyone just loved Ren. And I was like, cool, so you guys can keep Ren and I will bugger off to Australia. Absolutely. Like, I'm at risk of sounding dangerously mushy and gushy, but I genuinely pinch myself thinking, how did this incredible, wonderful human being choose me, of all people, to be with? And I'm like, but it's kind of, I think they've helped me overcome a lot and heal from a lot of stuff, but they were saying that I've done the same for them. And we support each other in different ways. And it just, yeah, but I'm just I kept looking at them when they were here, like, I can't believe this person is just there. And when I watch videos with them, now that they've gone back, I'm like, that's my person. Like, how? But yeah, enough of that mushy crap. Yeah, I was like, what if the cat doesn't like me? Like, dude, shut up. She hasn't quite curled up, but she has definitely settled in. She's going to be staying there probably with me for the evening now. She does it every now and again. I'll just like, the cat will disappear from downstairs and I'll be like, where? What? Come upstairs and she's somewhere in my room. The last time I found her in my laundry basket, curled up asleep with all my laundry, and I was just like, okay. And there's a bed with 4 different blankets right there, and you're asleep on the dirty laundry. No. But thank you. But yeah, it's wonderful. I just wish it wasn't bloody Australia, although I am extraordinarily grateful that at least they're in the same place as my sister, because Australia is big. And I was like, knowing my luck, I would end up with someone who was the opposite side of the country, and no, they're an hour away. And I'm like, that's amazing. So at least if I ever do make it out there, my sister's not too far away and I can spend way more time with my nephews than I currently do. Right, I think we're about ready for the next sprint. I'm glad you... That was a very, very good clarification there. Thank you for that. I was like, Jonah, I know you've got issues, but dude, didn't know it was that deep. Yeah, so next... Oh, Jade's also live doing sprints from JD Ray Reads. But I got there first, so I'm staying. Plus, I'm not taking part in that readathon this time, because she does Polarathon, so it's all like cold and Arctic, and I think it's middle grade as well. And I'm like, well, I don't really read books that are in those kind of settings, and I don't read middle grade, so... I knew what you meant, but that was still really funny, and I am absolutely taking a photo of that to send to Ren, because yeah, she's still cleaning. So yeah, I don't know why I picked my phone up. I was going to do something. Oh yeah, I heard my phone blip like 3 different times, so I'm wondering if cool. It's all right. It was a message from Brittany, so I will look at that in a minute. Yep. So we're gonna let's reset that. Do we want to do an hour? Yeah. No. I'd rather do a 45. I think I'm going to do this sprint and then one final. So yeah, we'll do 1 hour for this one and then a 45, and then we're going to wrap up. So should finish about 8. And hey, I'm talking a lot, but I'm not talking as much. So, woo. Anyway, see you guys in an hour. Hello. Update on the cat. She's passed out. See if I could do this without waking her up. Oh, come on. Did you? Little passed out kitty. Uh-oh, I woke the beast. Nope. So yes, that was actually a pretty productive hour. I did make myself a cup of tea, even though I said I wasn't going to. I also went and got a drink. Then I finished editing and uploaded this week's reading vlog. I did a little bit of editing for the vlog that's going out tomorrow for the Phase and Gaze 24-hour readathon. Then I did do more. Oh, I finished the last teeny tiny bit of The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again Today, Volume 4. Gave it 5 stars. Had a little snack. Gave the cat some love. And then I saw that, as you all guys probably know, 80s is like my obsession. Shah, I know me and you haven't really talked music for a while, but 80s has become my Taylor Swift, if that helps. And one of the guys has released his own solo song, and it had me genuinely reading the lyrics and listening to his voice. He's not normally a vocalist, he's normally a rapper, and hearing him singing and with his particular tone with the song, I dare anyone to not tear up. So, well, anyone who loves 80s or K-pop, I dare anyone to not get emotional. And then after that little meltdown that, of course, Jonah caught, and Minky's not even the guy that I bias and is my favourite. He's normally like right in the last place for me. But every now and again, he does something that just destroys me. And yeah, this destroyed me. And then as I finished that, I saw an email come through from the BBMYA Awards, and they're the book bloggers for new and young adult awards. So that's what I did last year, where I read loads of excerpts each round, and then we got more pages each round, and then finally at the end of the year we got the full books. And it was being a panelist and a judge for that is what actually ended up leading me to my book of the year for last year. So I immediately immediately signed up for it again, even though the deadline isn't until May. But I know what I'm like. If I don't sign up the second I see it, I'm going to forget. So I did that. And then I went on to one of my manga sources, and usually they have really dodgy translations. But The Masterful Cat, I had a quick look, and they've got all of the chapters. And I think what they've done is they've basically directly translated from the English manga, and they've just copy pasted, because it is almost word for word identical to the ones that I've been reading. So I will probably hopefully get that entire series finished by the end of tonight. But obviously for volumes 5, 6, 7, 8, my skinny baby is driving me crazy. Sorry, I just, every time I do that, I just think of songs and I just can't not sing them. But for the final 4 volumes, I am going to just read them on that other place. And then when I do my vlog, I'll just be like, for reasons I cannot, like for reasons of, I don't know if this site is completely legit, I'm not going to mention where I read it, but I read it. So yeah, I think that was a pretty productive, is that on the camera? Yeah. So I've got a little thing like here, I've got a little light. So, and I was like, is that reflecting? And I think it is. So, give you guys a clean. That's weird. And then I also, my head started to go a bit stabby, so I've turned the big light off, which is why we now just have the fairy lights and my lamp. But I think it's creating quite a nice little cozy, like combined with my bedding and everything, it just feels lovely and cozy. And then I've also got my blanket and stuff, and it's just, I've literally got one more thing that I need to do, and that's just do a last quick tidy of my room, so then I can film my like final sweep through now that everything's set up. Because I've got, obviously, as you know, I redecorated, so we've now got the greens, and I've pinched furniture from the rest of the house that's more fitting with the green. And I've got my new bedding. And then yesterday I did my 80s K-pop wall. So I have no idea if that's even showing it properly. There we go. So that was yesterday's task. And then I've got all my fairy lights here and my bookshelves here. Again, 80s. And then all my books. So yeah, it's become my little safe haven and my happy place. And I love it. I love it. I love it. Anyway, where are we? We had a few people join during this. So yeah, of course, Jonah noticed me having, again, wasn't swooning. I was crying, but it was close enough to swooning. And then we had Anne Lost came in and was like, 80s K-pop. Hello. I love Stray Kids, if that counts. That does count. As I replied, they are in my top 3. It goes 80s, Zykas, Skids, Stray Kids, and then basically every other group that I like, boy group that I like, comes just equally after. So like P1 Harmony, who released a single today, and it was awesome. We have P1 Harmony, there's the boys, no, not the boys, Boy Next Door. I've just started listening to TXT in the last week because I heard Farewell Neverland, and that became a bit of a brain earworm. And so now I'm listening to some of them. I like a little bit of BTS, B2B, SHINee, all of those kind of, yeah. And then just Felix. Felix is amazing. He's like the little ray of sunshine. I love him. I feel like I'm kind of like OT8 when it comes to Stray Kids. I can't pick any one, so I just bias them all. Except Hyunjin and Changbin. I love them both, but they're not really in my bias line. Although Changbin, when he's bulked up, I'm like, attractiveness, you've just, yeah. Shah, listening to my audiobook, I'm resting this sprint, trying not to nap, so the audio is keeping me awake, and just put dinner in the oven to warm up. Yeah, please don't fall asleep while you've got dinner in the oven. As I said, I had that humongous plate of pasta, so I probably won't want to eat for another week. Although I do need to put a shopping list together to give to my uncle because he's going shopping and picking me some stuff up tomorrow. I can get my safe foods back. This Kiwi, hello. Just woke up, so going to grab some tea and breakfast. I was about to say the most stupid thing on the planet. I was about to be like, oh, I'm assuming then that you're from New Zealand. Your name literally says Kiwi. I'm smart. But good morning. Been reading A Witch's Journey, which is as trashy a romance as you could find. Are you enjoying it though? Because sometimes trashy doesn't mean bad. Jonah had dinner, got himself some tea, watched my latest vlog. Ooh. Hope it was good. I tried to make it a bit shorter this week. So I realised my vlogs, I've really struggled to get them under 45 minutes. It's like, I have so much to say. And as the vlog itself says, I don't know when to stop talking, so I just ramble. I think that's why he's now in my bias line, because it was kind of like bias wrecker, but now just is in that bias. Like, he's not even a wrecker anymore. He's just full on bias line. Haha, joke's on you. I don't have any. The only group that I have any cards for is 80s, and it's going to stay that way for a while yet. Yeet, sleepy kitty. Yay, you're doing really well with this one. Nice. I mean, it's not an addiction for me. It's I prefer more the warmth of it than anything else. And then, as I said before, when I'm having a bad head day, it 9 times out of 10 is a reliever for my migraines, tea and coffee. So 31% fell asleep. Well, your body clearly needs a rest, so I don't blame it. Tea and read 5 chapters. Randy, Lynn, did you say what you were reading earlier? I can't remember. Right? Right? He just... Even if you don't listen to K-pop, if you like lyrics that are all sort of like emotive and all about emotions and feelings, and especially ones that are, let's put it mildly, if you like emo music and depressive lyrics, I'm not okay. And especially knowing that he suffers from depression and anxiety, it just... See, this was me not even a year ago. Knew nothing other than the fact that I had a friend that was like, please listen to ATEEZ because it was her obsession. And I was like, I tried it. I didn't like it. Then I thought, I'll give it another go. I put on a random K-pop playlist. And then there was one song kept coming to me and kept hitting my brain in a really good way. And then every time I was like, oh, who's this again? Kept checking, like, oh, ATEEZ. And that obviously is the group she was obsessed with. And now I am also obsessed. And I'm hoping that we get the announcement for their tour in sort of like later in the year, like May, June, and have them arrive in August, September. So then I might actually have time to save up for tickets, because I was supposed to see Zykas last week, but unfortunately because of money and things, even though Yaz bought me a ticket for my birthday and I was staying with her, so I didn't have to fork out for hotels or the tickets, even just getting down there, I just could not justify the cost at this moment in time. And we were both just absolutely gutted because both of us really, really wanted to go. But I have said to her that the second I've got money again, I'll be paying her back and taking her to go and see something instead, because I hated it. Always what? I can't remember her name. What's her name? Oh, Gloria? Roz. You is now Roz. I'm just a whatever. I don't particularly. I see a video, I watch it, I like it. If I stay away from Twitter though, because I find Twitter in general tends to bring out the toxicity of people and the absolute venomous side of people. So mostly I'm TikTok and YouTube. And then occasionally it's like I'll see something pop up on Instagram and I'll be like, cool. But I'm not really like super into the social media side of things. I just appreciate the music. And I watch their, like, with ATEEZ, I watch their One Tees videos. And I stay away from the savagery of antis and all of that. I think it's ridiculous. Did you see Songwa? Didn't that shirt? And with his blazer? Like, I am asexual. And it's not even like I sexualize them and go like, oh, kind of, but I can appreciate, and I'm just like, every now and again they'll do something and I'll just be like, oh. But they look amazing. And the choreo's insane and they're just incredible. Thank you. The Wall. Oh, yeah. Because we were talking ATEEZ, I just read Love the Wall and I thought you meant the Break the Wall fan chant for Gorilla. And I got really confused. I was like, yeah, Break the Wall is pretty awesome. Then I realised you meant my ATEEZ wall. I mean, it's still fitting either way. I'm so gutted though, because when I saw them last year in November, I just could not. I screamed so much throughout that when we got to Break the Wall, I was like, if I scream and shout this, I'm going to puke. So I had to stop. Do it, do it, do it. Aw, cute. I hate how he gets treated though by the Korean stay. Like, it's disgusting because he doesn't fit the Korean standard. They just treat him like dirt. Bless you. You good? Yep, we're good. She sneezed. To be fair, they've not really hit my radar, but then a couple of their songs have popped up recently on my Spotify. And there was one in particular, like, it was almost just rock. And I was like, oh, because I have discovered I tend to go more for, like, rock and metal is my background anyway. I came from, like, Nightwish and Within Temptation and Disturbed, all of those kind of bands. Then 80s, it was Wonderland and Gorilla, that dragged me in. And then even now, there are certain groups where, like Stray Kids, I'm 50-50 with, because some of their songs are just far too sort of urban hip hop R&B, and I just I'm not into that. But any group, if they do a sound that starts to sound more edgy and rocky and has that more sort of down and dirty sound, and guitars and stuff, I'm like, hello. So I of the girl groups, I'm vaguely interested in one or two, but Dreamcatcher, absolutely incredible. I think I can't think. I'll have a look on the next one. But there is one that I found. It was on their album from last year that everyone was talking about being the worst put together out. Not the songs, but the actual packagings. Like, loads of people voted it their least favorite. But I think they did a few more sort of rock sounds for that, and there was one of them that I really, 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 really loved. But I'll have a look. I'll have a listen during the next sprint and just try and find out which one it was and remind myself. Same. Hyunjin, I think it sort of goes for me. Sorry to the K-pop non-followers. I'm really sorry. We will get back onto books in a second. But I've got... I think my Stray Kids probably goes Hyunjin, Seungmin, Changbin, Felix, IN, Lino, Han, Chan, if I had to. That was really difficult to try and remember their names and the order backwards. Whereas 80s, I've got a line of them, and I actually put them on the wall in kind of my bias is in the middle, then my bias records, and then everyone else. So it sort of goes Hongjoong, Yeosang, Yuno, San, Songhwa, Jongho, Wooyoung, Mingi. Anyway, I promise, back onto books for now. Oh, you said you were going to say the stupidest thing ever, and I thought you were going to say tea and breakfast, but they're different meals. Oh, no. I mean, it is me. Wow, that's impressive. That is fair enough. I sometimes have it the other way around as well, like controversial, but BTS. I love the members, and I have watched quite a lot of their like weekly video things where it's like them doing stuff, and seeing them in interviews and stuff. Fantastic. I love them as people. I only like about 3 or 4 of their songs because, again, they fit more into that kind of hip hop urban type sound that's just not my thing. And I prefer their more pop and ballady stuff. Although I do love Apanam. That's my favourite. I just can't stand the taste of plain water, otherwise I'm right with you. What I sometimes do is I will warm up, like I get some cordial, or we call it squash and other people call it concentrate, whatever. But I just mix a little bit of that in. So I'll have like a hot lemonade, hot lemon, or a hot Vimto, or a hot like cherries and berries, and I just heat up the squash, and I used to get it when I was a kid. It tastes like Lemsip, but without that horrible medicinal taste. It just tastes of the fruit, and it's just warm fruit juice. Just started Pestilence by Laura Thalassa. Ooh, nice. We don't talk about that. But yes, they're one of those groups. Internationally, they are absolute powerhouses, and then when you go into Korea, they still struggle to get any kind of notice or support. And even the K-Teeny, who are like the Korean fans, are like, oh, we don't stream them because we know they're not popular. And it's like, yeah, because people like you won't stream them. Yeah. But yeah, we don't talk about cost and how hard it's going to be. We just don't. And the fact that he knows that we call him that and plays on it now, absolutely love him. Yeah. It's pretty much Twitter in general. Twitter brings out the ugly side of everybody. It's stupid. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not a Swiftie. I mean, you did try, to grant you, and I did try, as you know, a couple of years, well, about, I think, 18 months ago. I listened to like 4 albums, and you recommended all the albums that you thought I would love. And I just, apart from a couple of songs, I was like, I'm not feeling it. And I've tried multiple times because I'm like, I hate being left out, but no. I like her as a person. I appreciate her music, and I think she's extraordinarily talented. It's just, unfortunately, her music just isn't for me. But she herself is pretty cool. I have no problem with that. Yeah. RM's my bias. Like, they're not a group that I stan or follow, but if they were a group that I was into, RM is immediately, he is my bias. And I do not understand why people don't like it. Him. I meant it as in, like, the look that he's got. It's so stupid. Yeah, see, we don't know anything. We look at Koreans. We don't look at Americans. Oh, nice. So the short answer for this, because I was wondering the same thing when I first got into it, and it's essentially, the more members there are, the more likely they are to bring in fans, because there's more to choose from. So if you've got a 4-member group, people might not like any of them and then choose to not follow the band because they're like, well, none of them appeal to me. Whereas if you've got a 10 or 12-piece group, people are more likely to find at least one that they're interested in, and then that's how they get sucked in. Not gonna lie, at Korea on Stage, Boy Next Door did that to me. They are a 6-piece, I think, or 6 or 7. And they came on, and I immediately was like, who is that? With one of them. And it just caught my attention. After that is when I started to listen to them, because that one guy. P1 Harmony as well, when they came on, I immediately went on to Kehoe, and I was like, who is he? And then by the end of, I think, the first 10 seconds that they were on stage, I was invested in 3 of them, and I'm now a fan of the band. So that's how they get you. They just add as many people in as they can in the hope that one of them will grab your attention and make you want to follow them. There you go. I was trying to combine names then. Suddenly said Chitney. There you go, Shah. You have a fellow Swiftie, you two can chat. Yeah. You have one to pick, more like flavours of ice cream, something for everyone. And then that obviously increases sales, which increases revenue, which increases popularity, etc., etc. So yeah, back to... I mean, I would say K-pop stans are as bad. Like, it's quite scary. I'm still very much on the edge, and I'm scared of other people, and I see the extremes and the extent that people go to, and I'm like, what the hell is this behavior? But I guess you get extremists in everything. I mean, look at football fans. But yeah, going back to books, my favorite book, I don't have a single, but sort of my favorite series is the Psy-Changeling series by Nalini Singh. I also love Dark Shades of Magic by V. Schwab, the Greatcoat series by Sebastian de Castell, standalones. Well, it's not really a standalone now because it's got a novella, but Sorcery of Thorns by Margaret Rogerson, Invisible Life of Addie LaRue. And then in the last few months, I've started reading more like literary fiction. So last year I read Wayward by Amelia Hart. That Shah, I will at some point, that damn book that has been sat waiting for you for over a year, it will get to you. Even if I have to walk there and drop it off myself, I will get it to you. But there's that. So Wayward by Amelia Hart, and then I read Before the Coffee Gets Cold at the start of this year and absolutely fell in love with it. But basically, anything that's kind of either romance, fantasy, or sort of paranormal urban fantasy, they're like my main genres. I don't read horror. I don't read thriller. I don't read crime. I tend to not read a lot of sort of literary fiction. Shard read the entire Booker Prize list a couple of years ago, like 2022, I think it was. And I was like, cool, I want to do that. And then I looked at the Booker Prize list last year and was like, I would only be interested in one of these books. So I learned very quickly that that kind of fiction is for smarter people than me. I am simple with my reading. I just like magic and fighting. I'm good. True. Yeah, I think there's a very clear distinction between sort of early day Swifties and modern tweeny Swiftie and like early 20s Swifties. They are, and I think a lot of it as well with like K-pop, I find that it's the sort of 20, sort of like the 16 to 22-year-olds, they terrify me. I'm like, who let you out of your boxes? Like, who unleashed you on the world? That is true. I read none of the 2023 Booker books after 2020. I mean, to be fair, you were very valid where you were like, how do these people, like, how did they make this decision? Oh wait, no, Seven Moons won, didn't it? And you were quite happy with that. But like Glory, you could not understand how that got into the final. Taylor Swift, metal, K-pop musicals. Long ago, the Four Nations lived together. That took me far too long. Nice one. Have you seen the trailer for the live action? What do you think? I am very, very tentatively optimistic. Very tentatively. I was the same with One Piece, though. I was very like, they are very good at making this trailer look incredible, but we'll wait and see the final piece. And it was incredible. So I'm hoping it's going to be the same with the Atla. That's the other thing. Manga as well. Speaking of books, I'm very, very big on manga, like My Hero Academia. As I've said, I'm reading The Masterful Cat is Depressed again today, and I think this is going to become an all-time favourite. Full Metal Alchemist, Fruits Basket, Samurai Deeper Kyo, Inuyasha, all of those. I have seen the trailer and liked it. Then I hated it. I heard the behind the scenes shit show. The only sort of behind the scenes thing that I've heard is people are complaining that Sokka, they've like changed Sokka's personality. And it's like they've just made it so that there's one episode where Sokka says some quite sexist stuff, and they're like, and they've removed that apparently, and everyone's like, oh, you shouldn't be doing that. But that's the only thing I've heard. And I'm like, does it really matter if they've just slightly adjusted when it doesn't actually have that big an impact on the overall story? Really? Yes, that's what I'm hoping, because One Piece, I think I've talked about it before. I started watching it right back when it first came out because I was in that sort of age bracket, sort of 11, 12. And then I stopped watching it after a couple of years because it was my GCSEs, and I was like, I need to focus on my studies. And I was like, it's fine, it will be finished soon, so I'll just watch it when it's finished. Idiot of the Century Award goes to, because I had the same thing with Naruto and the same thing with Bleach, where I was like, I'll wait until they're done. And now they've done, I'm like, nah, that's not happening. So I'm glad that they've done the live action, because I feel like the live action is a really nice sort of intermediary for people who don't want to put in the hours and hours and hours and the money that it would be for the anime or the manga, but still are interested in the world and the series. So all these people that have been like bitching and whining about it, I'm like, well, you've got to stop and think. It's designed for people. It's not going to be a true, accurate, direct translation adaptation. But for people who are interested in the story, I think it was pretty perfect. And from what I remember of One Piece, it did a fantastic job. Completely different tangent altogether then. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. Just go in, see what happens, and then wait and see what people say. That one could be good. I imagine that one. I know. I thought One Piece would be pretty hard to adapt, and it ended up looking really good. Like the CGI was good, so as long as they don't mess up the CGI and stuff, I think that could be really awesome. Right. Oh. Okay, I'm going to show the sleeping kitty again, and then we're going to go into our final sprint. But the sleeping kitty is... Ow, that was my knee if you heard it. Mm. Oh. No. Yeah, cutie. She loafed. Oh, she donated some... Whatever the term is when they curl themselves up. Yes, no escaping her. It's gone really, really... Wait, radiators. Heating's come on. That would be why I've suddenly gone really hot and like... Sucks to be me, though, if I want my dressing gown. Oh, I need the loaf thing. She even put on a little show by being extra cute. It's quite funny because every now and again, like, I'll lean forward to stroke her when she's looking super cute, and then she'll yawn, and I'll be like, "Oh my god!" Because for all the cuteness, that breath is death. Right, resetting the timer for 45. So we'll be done about 8:30. So we should be done by 9 o'clock my time. So redo that. Add on the banner. Yep. Yep. I think it's just a donut. Cinnamon roll is a completely different thing altogether that I don't even think applies to cats. Either way, she's too cute. Ooh. It's getting very windy here as well. Right. Okay. So 45 minutes, final sprint. Enjoy, make the most of it. See you then. Hi. I was on the last page of the volume that I was on, so I was like, I really want to quickly finish it. I also, right at the end, I could suddenly hear snoring, and I genuinely could not tell if it was the cat or my uncle, because obviously I'm in my bedroom, so his room is there, and I'm still not sure which of the two it is. Probably both. So someone somewhere is snoring, and it's hilarious. I read volume 5 and 6 of The Masterful Cat, and volume 5 so far is my absolute favorite because they go to visit her parents and he gets introduced to them, and just there's some really cute wholesome moments, and we actually finally got a little bit more character depth and development from Saku. Hilarious. I've read 6 volumes and I still can't remember her name. But to be fair, in the whole thing, we've heard her name about 6 times. But it was really interesting because her parents, it turns out, are both like, her mum's a musical virtuoso and is a violinist, and her dad is can't remember the name of the game, but it's similar to chess. And he's basically like a genius at that. So she's got 2 genius parents. And so that put a pressure on herself to find the thing that she was going to be the greatest at, and find the one thing that she loved more than anything, like they did. And then when she didn't, she was kind of one of those where she was a jack of all trades, and she was always good at everything she picked up, she was good at, but she never found that one singular thing. And honestly, I don't know if it's intentional or not, but she's actually very, very ADHD coded, where it's like at work, she's really professional and on it and is like top of her game. But when she's at home, she doesn't eat properly. She forgets to clean and tidy. She doesn't take care of herself. Her house is an absolute mess. And then things like, she's naturally gifted at just, she can do something, pick it up and immediately be good at it, but she never perfects it or masters it. And I'm like, and she's also very good at getting distracted and forgetting what she's doing. And I'm just like, as this has gone on, I'm seeing more and more and more of myself in her. And then Yukichi, we still have no idea. All that we are figuring out is that he kind of almost willed himself bigger. When she took him in as a repayment for her looking after him, he started to like drag the bags of rubbish out to the bins and gradually just learned what to do. And then some sort of, I know that this is supposed to be like magical realism, but it's still like, at this point, I would have liked to have seen at least one other cat that was like it, or someone admit that they know a cat like it, or a little bit more explanation as to how he actually developed and why this has happened. But yeah, I am still very much enjoying it. Now I'm probably gonna get the last 2 finished, so I'll have done the entire series, because there's only 8 volumes in the whole series. And I'm starting to think now there won't be any kind of romance aspect, which is a shame, because I feel like that is a massive, it doesn't need to be a romance, but there's definitely a friendship brewing between her and the boss, but he's not in it quite enough. And I feel like sometimes the balance is off a little bit, and if they did sort of explore that avenue a little bit more, it would be absolute perfection. But I am still really, really, really enjoying it. So yeah, that one, volume 5 got 5 stars, and then the one that I've just finished is going to be 4 or 4.5. Right, where did we get to? She woke up very slightly and is now just curled straight back up. I swear sometimes you're like, because you asked that as I went like less than a minute, and I was like doing something else and I hadn't quite gotten around to it, and I was just, patience. So I saw that comment and I was like, But as you saw, I put the timer up. It just took me a minute. But I didn't forget. You're at 41%, not 30. Hey, that's pretty awesome. Well done. Did you get any more done this round? If you're still with us. Oh, wait, I just saw you down. We also have hello, hello. I am really sorry. I cannot remember your name from yesterday. And I am so, so sorry. But yes, any of you that watch my vlog, I mentioned them. They were one of the co-hosts from the Phase and Gaze. And then, like an absolute beast, just didn't go to bed when everybody else did after having stayed awake for 24 hours, and then went on and did more live sprints later on in the day. I couldn't do it. I could do it if I didn't know that if I did it, I would have ended up with migraines. But like the will is there, but the body cannot. But yes, hello and welcome. Thank you for popping in. Reading Outdrawn by Deanne Gray. Nice. How are you finding it so far? Jonah read another 77 pages. Dude, you're smashing it. Partway through chapter 13. Also fantastic effort. Wow. Not enjoying it, or just it's... I know a lot of people have said that Babel takes a lot of brain power, which is probably one of the reasons I haven't got to it, because as we've established, no, me and patience are not friends. No, it's because I read the word patience. Me and like intellectual books, I'm just like, if I have to think beyond the basics. Oh, it was my uncle. Ha, he's the one snoring. If I have to think beyond man, woman, they, them, things happening, I'm just like, nah. Well, that being said, as I said, I have read a couple books in the last year or so that have provoked a lot more thought and really enjoyed them. But I think it's like, as long as it doesn't go too whimsical and too fantastical or too layered, I'm fine. But as soon as it goes too complex, I'm just like, yeah, my brain's not working. I'm not sticking with this anymore. Another 5 chapters. Amazing. Well done. 55% into iRobot. Ooh. True. True. Patience is not. Yeah. That's good. At least you're loving it. And hey, you're reading. And as you said, you've been struggling with reading for the last few months. So any reading's good reading, right? Read 227 pages overall today and not done yet. I have no idea where all this focus comes from, but I'd like to buy in bulk, please. I love it and hate it when I have days like that, because I love that I get so much done, but I hate it because I'm like, why can't I be this consistent all the time? And why is it that other people can be? And even if they're not this consistent, like this productive every single day, there are those people who you just know every single day they can do stuff. And I'm like, I genuinely hate you guys. I know you can't help being able to do it just as much as I can't help not being able to do it, but it still doesn't stop me from hating you a little tiny bit. Right, okay. Is it a silent N for your name? Because I am so scared with things that I'm going to pronounce them horrendously, because my brain is saying that you don't pronounce the N and it's just like Ketchy. But then I'm like, what if it is and it's like Niketchi or something like that? So if I butcher it, please tell me, and please correct me on pronunciations on things, because, you know, how am I supposed to learn if no one ever corrects me? But having a good time with Outdrawn. Rivals to Lovers. Oh, is cementing itself to being one of my favourite tropes. It's okay, you've forgotten. Thank you. Something you'll hear from me a bit if you sort of follow me and listen to what things I say. I love rivals and enemies to lovers, but when they're in the right situation. For me, I feel like when people say, like enemies to lovers, but they're talking about a contemporary setting. And it's like people that work in the same building. I'm like, well, it's not enemies to lovers then, is it? It's rivals to lovers or dislike to lovers. But when it's sort of a fantasy setting and it is genuine, if they see each other, they will kill each other, becoming lovers, and it's that true enemies to lovers, when you get that moment where it goes from I will kill you to I will kill you if you touch them. Yes. And like with rivals to lovers as well, where it just sort of goes from, I hate everything about you to I love everything about you. I'm like, But I have also started to discover that I'm really loving friends to lovers trope as well. I used to think it was a little bit like, it's a bit bland and boring, but I read a couple recently and I'm like, do you know what? Actually, it's cozy and comforting to read that. But definitely, there's just something about that dynamic of going from hate to love. And it's just like, yes, give me more of that, please. Yeah. I'm surprised I've been as with it today, because yesterday I read a 368-page book, filmed 2 or 3 things, edited 2 or 3 things, and did some journaling and other bits. So I thought today I was going to be sorry. Stabby brain. I'm glad it's the last sprint, because in the last 5 minutes my pain levels have just spiked and my head is going really bad. But what was I saying? That's it. So I was expecting today to be much of the same, especially as I didn't get to sleep until 5 o'clock this morning. But I managed to, I fell asleep about 5, woke up at 8, slept a little bit longer, woke up at sort of 12, and I've been really on it. But now that I've started to get tired, everything's just falling apart very, very quickly. And I was saying at the start, I don't know if you caught it, but I've got a new pain that's developed. It's not my usual migraine where it's either in my ears or a really tight pressure kind of sickness pain. I'm getting really, really, really intense, acute, sharp stabs, and it's like someone's just shocked me with an electric probe, and I'm like, and I'm not used to it. I'm not used to it. So it's like Nkechi. Is that correct? Please tell me. Either way, it's been really, really lovely seeing you here. No worries. Thank you for the company. I genuinely, when I started the sprints, I was like one person for the first hour and I was like, oh no. So it's been really lovely getting everyone in. And I find that obviously at the minute I do most of my sprints in the mornings, my time, because for a lot of like the Americans, it's either really late at night or sort of early morning. So the insomniacs tend to be awake. And then I get the Aussies in like their afternoon, evenings, and then Ren can join me. Or I tend to do them in the evening, sort of now time. But today I was like, well, my uncle's going out. I'm bored. Let's go live. I'm going to have to do more lives because I miss it. I miss hanging out with everyone. I wonder how enemies to lovers would work in a contemporary setting. The only thing I can think of is something like if it was like, say, a military or enemies of the state thing, or, there's very, very few situations for true enemies to lovers in a contemporary setting. Yet so many books that I've read are like, oh, they're enemies to lovers. Like The Spanish Love Deception was enemies to lovers. And I was like, no, it's mild dislike to lovers. There is no animosity or enemyness here. I know that's not a word, but I'm sticking with it. Whereas, in a lot of fantasy books, I keep looking at my shelves for inspiration, for examples, when I know for a fact that's not happening because these are all the books I haven't read. So how would I know? But, when you've got someone who genuinely, opposite clans that have been at war with each other for generations and don't trust each other, I'm like, that is true enemies. not just someone at work you particularly dislike. Even the person, I've worked with one person in my life that I genuinely can say I hated. I still wouldn't have considered them my enemy. I just thought they were an absolute knob. But they weren't my enemy. They were just someone I thought was particularly abhorrent. So yeah, it annoys me that it gets promoted. A lot of contemporary romance gets promoted wrong, and it's like, no, it's not enemies to lovers, it's rivals to lovers. Like, ugh. But that could just be a me thing, because a few people I've spoken to are like, yeah, it doesn't bother me, and I'm like, it bothers me. Maybe it's a tiny bit of the tism. Just got fixed onto that and is like, Contemporary enemies to lovers pitch, two different companies trying to buy each other, corporate killing. Even then, that's kind of rivals. To me, if you're enemies, you literally are killing each other, and there is a deep-seated animosity that's been going on for a long time. I don't know. Because there is one that I read not that long ago, called Makeup Breakup, and it was literally not quite the same as that, but you had one of them had the company Makeup, where the idea was to help couples who are breaking up to sort of come back together and work through things. And then this guy that she had like a one night stand with, and then she really hurt his feelings. He then just suddenly appeared with the complete antithesis of hers, and rented out the office in the same building as her, and directly was competing against her to basically make sure that her company failed, because he then did Breakup, which is a company that broke people up and were like professional break-uppers. But even then I was like, it's not really enemies, it's just kind of like hate to love. And right, again, it was rivals because they were competing against each other. I don't know. Maybe it's just something in my brain that just doesn't want to accept it. Yeah, that'd be great. It's one of the reasons that I've really been pushing for a neurology appointment, because I'm certain something is going on in my brain and I desperately want them to do a scan. And part of my fear is that they're going to do the scan and be like, oh yeah, we have found something and we should have dealt with this years ago. And I'm like, oh, you mean all those years that I've been begging you? So yeah, it'd be good to have a chat with someone. Good focus days are usually followed up by days where executive dysfunction is. Yeah, that is usually me. But I'm finding more and more it's like I get 1 week where I'll have 5-6 days of amazing productivity, and then the other 3 weeks I'm just about as useless as a potato, like a moldy, soggy potato. Whose fault is that? Don't blame me for your decision to tune in and do sprints. Rude. Love you. but still, that's on you, my darling. That is not on me at all. I am sweet and innocent. For once in my life, I am the innocent part. And to be fair, I had plans too. This was kind of impromptu for me, and I've done some of the plans, but yeah, there are other things that I thought about doing that I've then gone, nah, I'm good. Ooh, the wind is picking up. I've got a what's the word? Street light directly outside my bedroom window, and normally it's just nice, but right now it's going. And I'm like, ooh, it only does that in very, very big winds. Although we're a bit nervous at the minute because we know that one of our roof has got a tiny hole in it, and we're just like, please don't fall on us. Yeah, see, I'm with Jonah there. Can't be blaming me for your choices. Stalker romances, can they be classified? Again, are they really enemies? Because, like, if someone's being stalked, I feel like it's a really weird one. I don't know. Don't say, because I'll end up saying something and people will be like, what? I don't know. Enemies, I feel like that's more forbidden romance, because certainly one-sided, because usually stalking is an obsession, so that's kind of very one-sided. But, and also, like, doesn't the person being stalked usually not want to be in the relationship, so that wouldn't count? I mean, that is, to be fair, I don't, it's like when people go, this book is for fans of The Cruel Prince and Six of Crows, read this. And I'm like, well, I like both of, well, I like one of those and hated one. So who are you trying to plug? And things, I'm like, no. Sometimes I am, like when it says authors, like for fans of certain authors, I'm like, okay, I get it. But when they say certain books, I'm like, well, I've had it, I can't remember what book was it. There was a book last year that it recommended 2 books, and I was like, well, I hated one and do not like the sound of the other one, yet I loved the book that I ended up reading. And I was like, but this book's nothing like that first one. That's really annoying me now. Can't remember it. I'll have to have a look. But yeah, and I was just like, but this makes no sense to my brain. What is going on? And a lot of the time when you have tropes, it's like I don't mind some, like Grumpy Sunshine is a bit of a key one for me. As soon as I hear that, I'm like, hello, because I do like that dynamic. So it's like certain tropes are, what was it Ren said? Buzzword. That was it. Like Ren was saying when they were here that the Green Man is a buzzword for them. So when we were looking, they were picking out books that had that in the title or were about that when reading the blurb. And I'm like, I would say I've got a couple of buzzwords, but yeah, a lot of tropes. I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Having trope in your picture is literally not doing it. Yeah. Yeah, see? Like, wait, was napping the plan? And you ended up reading. And you got kitty cuddles. I mean, nothing is better than kitty cuddles. I didn't get kitty cuddles, but I did get snoring, happy, purry kitty. She's so cute. There are times I literally just watch her while she's sleeping, and I genuinely tear up because she's just that cute, and I'm like, I cannot handle the adorableness. See, this is one of the few exceptions that I will say would fit a contemporary setting for enemies to lovers. And that is if they genuinely hate each other, and that's another one that I've seen where it's like, we're enemies to lovers, like Romeo and Juliet, where they're like the ultimate enemies to lovers. But I'm like, really, they're not. Yes, their families are enemies, but those two themselves didn't really care. It's not like they saw each other and hated each other and wanted to kill each other because they were from those families. So I'm like, that in that context, it didn't really fit. But if it is a genuine, like these two people are from separate families and that when they first meet, they want each other dead, and then eventually it builds into the romance, that I will accept and I can get behind as enemies to lovers in a contemporary setting. I think it just, for me, it has to be very specific. Yeah, that's what I was saying. A stalker, I don't feel like that's an enemy. I feel like that's forbidden / one-sided. Just fucked up, to be honest. I don't usually swear, but yeah. Yeah. It's one of the few, like, I can handle dark romances. I can handle a lot of dark themes. Like, there was a book that I read yesterday that when I explained it to Ren, they've decided not to read it. But it literally started with the main character being assaulted, R-worded, and beaten half to death. And the book dealt with the trauma of that and a lot of that side of things. And it had like obsession, and it had sort of abuse and power dynamics from his ex. I'm fine with that. Absolutely fine. And things like torture stuff, things like that, the really deep, dark, I can deal with that. But then there are some where I cannot deal. And I think sort of that things like kidnapping, assassination, stuff like that, I'm okay with. But when it comes to stalking, and I can deal with some sort of abusive situations, but then other ones I get very like uncomfortable with, when it's sort of more of a parental type thing, because it is so scary and it's a bit too close to reality. Because obviously some of the stuff that you read in dark romance and dark fantasy, does happen, but it's not common. Whereas there are some things where I'm like, it just happens far too often and it's just a little bit too close to reality for my comfort. So I fully agree with that one. And I especially abhor it when authors write like romanticize stalking and make it seem like it's actually an okay thing to do. Or when you get a storyline, and this is a conversation that I had with Chelsea from Chelsea Zhao last night, because we both ended up reading the same manga together, and it's a boys' love manga. And we were both just like, this is very dubious whether this is consensual. And it just was kind of a thing that we were both getting ick over as well, is where you get like someone falls in love with someone despite having repeatedly had that abuse and had that non-consensual stuff happen. And I'm like, yeah, it gets romanticized and they fall in love anyway. And I'm like, mm-mm. A book where that happens and then the person that it happened to goes and annihilates the person that did it, yes. But if they fall in love with the person that did it, nah. Oh, it's alive. Look, it lives, I think. Nope. It lives long enough to clean its butt and then it's probably going to go back to sleep. Anyway, that ended up being a really big rant. I'm sorry. Comp titles aren't useful to me as a reader because it's only the popular books in the genre. Yeah, and I don't always read those. You're now going to yell at me because you can't get out the door, aren't you? Or you're just going to stare at the door until it magically opens. It's almost like I know her. They all love and adore you. She walked away. I said it, didn't I? She's going to walk to the door and she's going to be like, I can't get the door open, so I'm just going to sit here and wait until it magically opens itself. Do you want out? Bear with me, guys. Ow. Oh. Come on. Door. Sure. I apologise for my joints. That was my hip, my knee, and somewhere in between my hip and knee that just cracked. But yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. Family Feud to Jeopardy. Kitty. She is cute. Yeah. The thing is, she underestimates how long I can go between peeing, and that's not something that I'm particularly proud of, because I am very much aware that I've probably destroyed my kidneys because I do hold it far too much. But there have been times where she will look at me and be like, and I'm like, yeah, I'm good for about another 3 hours. So it's like, I know I need to get up to open the door and let her out. It was so funny when Ren was here, because literally every single time I moved, it became a guessing game of what just popped. And there was one time something popped. Ren thought it was like my ankle, and I was like, oh no, that was the very base of my spine. And they were like, I didn't even know that could make that sound. And I was like, yeah, I know. if I haven't moved for a while, I will crack in like 6 or 7 different places. I think my hip is what kind of freaked Ren out the most, because that was the one that goes the worst, and is generally the one that if I'm going to react and go, oh, it's my hip. My back's not always too bad, but there's one particular spot that if that goes, I know I'm done for. And I know that I'm going to be out of commission for a couple of days at least. So I try to avoid that one. But yeah. Thank you for coming and blaming me for your lack of plans. See, and then that was another one. That was my knee that just went just because I moved it a tiny little bit. You say you don't need to pee, but you still opened the door for her just now. So in the end, she won. Yeah, well, she would have just sat there like a numpty and just stared at the door if I didn't. So I thought I'd just be nice. I can be nice. I just don't like to. That's a lie. That's what my mum always used to say, like me and my brother. She was like, I always knew when it was one of you two coming into the room, because it would be, or one of you two that had just come down the stairs, because it would be like walking on bubble wrap. Whereas my sister doesn't really, she has weak joints, but she doesn't get the cracks and the pops like we do. I just read that as bikini short. I mean, in my defense, it is 9 p.m. now, so brain. I wear tight biking shorts all the time to keep my hips from subluxing because they try to escape. I don't know that sound anywhere. See, I've tried to wear like compression stuff, and I've tried to wear stuff that's like there to help, but I end up feeling really suffocating and I struggle to breathe, and then I get the sensory icks. So I'm like, I can either have joints that creak, crack, and hurt, or I can have that feeling that I want to shred my skin to pieces because my body feels wrong because I'm being compressed in the wrong places. So it's a lose-lose situation. I just let the joints do what they're going to do. She already does. Like, whether I do it or not. I mean, I am the idiot that does things like has now lost 3 blankets to her because she's claimed them, and when I try to take them back, she gets very grumpy. So I have given 3 of my blankets away to her since I moved in 2 years ago, and my other dressing gown. I think she's had 2 towels, 3 blankets, my other dressing gown, and the last 2 days my jumper fell on the floor, and before I had chance to pick it up, she was asleep on it, and then every time I've been downstairs, she's been asleep on it, so I've not been able to reclaim it, because I'm not cruel enough to just be like, oi, you move. Hey, that's good. Nice. One of the things I've said that I really do want to try this year is to do some yoga or something just to try and strengthen up the muscles and tendons. I mean, to be fair, even when I was at peak physical fitness, when I used to play hockey, I ended up actually having worse joint problems. And when I was younger, I did karate and martial arts because I was told it would be really, really, really good for your joints and your tendons. And oh, it made it worse. Yeah, my jumper. It was. Oof. Yeah, POTS. We're not sure if I have it or not. But the one thing, like, one of the things that the doctors are now monitoring me very closely on is the new medication they put me on for my migraines in December is one that technically it's not actually one that's been approved for migraines, and it's like a it's called an off script. So it's one that they know it can help, but it's not licensed for it. So they're kind of like, you know, we will prescribe it, but you need to know there are a lot more risks. And yet seems to actually be helping. But the main worry they have with it is it's a blood pressure tablet. So it's designed to lower your blood pressure. And it's like, I don't have a high blood pressure at all. I have a perfectly healthy blood pressure, but I do get a lot of very dizzy spells. And I'll, like, if I stand up too quick, next thing I know, I'm back down on the floor. And sometimes even just sitting and breathing every now and again, I'll just like breathe in too deep and I go lightheaded. Or I exhale too deeply and I go lightheaded. So now they're very, very carefully monitoring, because they're like, yeah, we don't really want to give you something that's going to make that worse, even if it helps your migraines. We're the trifecta. I mean, even Ren's got problems as well. We're just a mess. We're the messy brigade. It's all good. Anyway, I'm gonna head off on that note, and I want to get the last of these 2 volumes done, and then I'm going to start planning, because obviously it is a certain day next week, and even though I don't like the commercialism side of it, I still want to do something, especially for considering we are thousands of miles apart right now. So I have plans to get the watercolors out tomorrow and start doing some painting to hopefully get something out to Ren in the next week. So I'm going to do some Valentine's-y, mushy, gushy stuff tomorrow and start planning that this evening. And so, yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining. We're all pots. It could be like, you know, we're all mad here. We're all pots here, or we're all potty here. Wait, what is that? Is that zebras? No, cats. Oh my god. My only non-romance on my TBR turned out to have a romance. That was so funny, where you were like, I'm not going to read romance because it is a commercial thing and I'm not going to invest in it. And then every single book, romance. Brilliant. Thank you for joining. I haven't done any art this year, and I said that it was going to be a bit main focus for me this year, and then I've done none. And I'm like, uh-oh. But I'm determined. I really want to start using one of the art sketchbooks that Ren bought me from Edinburgh. So I want to start doing a painting in that, and then I'm going to like do a card or something. I'll see. You're welcome. Thank you for joining. Yay, awesome. I did not know that. That's kind of cool. No, to be fair, my focus and energy has been more on with my YouTube and getting content and reading and books. That's been where a lot of my energy has been focused the past, like, for the first month, and obviously with Ren being here. So it's like, now that I've actually hit my target and I've hit the 1K, I still can't believe that finally hit that number. So now that I've hit that, and now that I feel that I've settled back into the routine, because obviously I was doing Bookmas, and the first sort of 4 weeks of January were a lot of catching up and setting up for the new year. But now I feel like I found my rhythm again, so I should be able to put more focus back into art. The only reason I wouldn't is because I'm a beginner and I'm not very good, so I wouldn't feel comfortable doing those until I've got my skill level up a little bit and I can share that with people. Because right now it would just be like, look at this idiot who doesn't know how to mix paint, try to paint. So I'm just like, I want to wait until I'm a little bit more skilled before I do any sort of art. I'm happy to do like sketchbook flip throughs when I filled them, if I ever get around to actually filling them. But I just wouldn't feel comfortable doing like a hit paint with me sort of thing. Like, the closest you get is my bullet journal setups, and even then I just borrow art from other people and stick it in. Maybe someday, maybe towards the end of the year. Maybe. I know. No, I know I've not put the amount of time and effort into my art that I should have. And sometimes I get really upset when I see that I've not really progressed. And then I'm like, well, I know it's been 3 years, but when I think about it, compared to, say, my ex, who made so much improvement over a 6-month period because he was drawing all day, every day, whereas I'm like maybe 1 or 2 a week, if at most, and I don't do any of the exercises that I was doing. So it's like, oh, no wonder I'm not improving, because I'm not doing anything to improve. So that's something I really, really am going to work on this year. Anyway, I've said that I'm going to go. Oh, yeah, please do. Love you guys. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you if you are one of the people that helped to get me up to the 1K. That's amazing. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm going to do in order to celebrate. So, like, if you've got any ideas, put in the comments rather than in the chat on any ideas. I'm not going to do a Q&A because I've tried in the past and I had like 2 questions. And then I've also got my 5-year anniversary this year as well. So I've already got stuff for that. So yeah, if you have a think and if you think of any ideas, let me know. But anyway, I hope the rest of your days, evenings, nights, existences go well. And I hope you're all good. I hope you're staying safe. And until next time, bye.